Okay.
Objection!
Oh, I didn't mean that. Whoops. Wait, that was correct? This disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGilden's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilden had another article in pawn at Windibank's. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh, that belongs to McGilden as well? I forgot where I got it from, so this is why I... Oh! There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windibank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulking Brothers. Ugh!
This is the second ticket, is it?
What a demand deposit. Deposited. The article description reads, one small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to be.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some freaking box? Oh, I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Oh, but there's a lot of boxes. You have no idea which one would be the right one, because on the shelves there are a lot of boxes, and one small box is like... He's probably looking for what's inside the box. Oh, that's a good point.
Indeed. The witness make a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Gregson?
Yes, sir!
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Ernie's red-headed recorders again!
Scroll. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in two locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, McGilden's small box has been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13 April to be precise, which means it would be on the shelves of forfeited items in the front shop. In the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April.
Yeah, I can see a small box, two small box, books, tea boxes, chandeliers, a lampstand, a hat, statues, big horse statues, china plate, a vase.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
This is a picture at 11 p.m. And then we have another print. At 2 a.m.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
Please spot the difference.
I see, so we have two pictures to compare.
Okay, so what's different? What's missing? At first glance, nothing, but I guess this is another case of a stereoscopic print. I believe the horse has been tightly tilted.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's startling to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this thing. Excuse me. Quiet.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something has been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your man has already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. The Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. But that doesn't mean maybe what they needed wasn't the box per se, but what was in it. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Or I don't believe it. Before I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Rona? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
Let me check again if something is quite slightly tilted. Yes! I noticed it now. Okay, I can see it. There is, I don't know if it's a box, but the thing on the bottom right corner of the shelf next to the stereogram is has shifted, is moved. It's not in the same place. So somebody moved the items. They just counted it, but they didn't pay attention to where they were, like if anything was tampered with. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution assertion?
Oh, I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Point out the discrepancy. I'm gonna point it out. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak.
Alright, I'm gonna put it over there.
Take that!
Yes! Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, okay, so it is a small box, but it's shaped like a door. It has some jewel in the front. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me wait. Oh, unbelievable.
By Jove! You're right! How extraordinary!
The judge is cross-eyed and looking at both the pictures. I mean, you don't even need stereoscopic vision to see like the discrepancy. Like you can see that the box moved. It's not put properly on where it was. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited from Mr. McGilded's and is in fact...
Yes! The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork! What if it was? Exclamation mark. So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, Mr. McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Oh wait, I pressed too fast. It changed nothing. No, you're right, it changes nothing. I pressed too fast. Graydon ... But is that a smile on Mr. Graydon's lips? Wait a minute. What am I saying? Of course it changes things. Or so I thought at first. But actually, I would say it changes everything. Well... It's changed your mind, certainly, and that capricious behavior earns you a penalty, my learned friend. No. Alright, I'll take it like a grown-up. I really should have thought of that through I should have thought that through better.
But Counsel, if nothing was stolen and all that happened was this box was moved slightly, how can that possibly alter the state of affairs here in the courtroom now?
But the crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Shake his head.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Overruled! Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Rabble. View to Ionosuke, view to Lord Van Zeeks, view to Ashley Graydon.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce! Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks?
This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Sorry, I hiccuped. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property.
Pours a cup of glass, or a glass of wine. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Exclamation mark.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. Yeah, it's not as this was gold or jewel, is it?
Oh, goodness knows Mr. McGilden was rich enough.
But if you can't deposit cash at pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent of the defense on the defense now to bolster its argument.
To explain what possible significance this commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Exclamation mark.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc in the order box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, he's got a point, because right now what we have is evidence of what really happened 2 months ago, but those are not evidence regarding this case.
What's the matter, Runao? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know Miss Gilden's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all of that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilden's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitted that Gina committed perjury.
But Jeannie!
Could it be that Van Ziggs knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry, what do you mean, Horace?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runao? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time.
Exclamation mark. Alright. The exact significance of the thing that McGilden deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify or leave it? I'm gonna testify. Because this is a challenge here. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
Well, it's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information related to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you consider the implication of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Ziggs, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accept the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait! You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Mr. Strahd testified.
Great, and ... As you wish.
Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Reno.
Gina's there. The articles that Mr. McGilded has deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. Gina The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there were only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was a prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Strahd whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mr. Strahd was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Mr. Strahd. Gina Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? Gina I don't know what you mean. I already said what I already said all of what I already said all of what I know. But what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Exclamation mark. Please, Mr. Strahd, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury! Exclamation mark. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Ruder now!
Oh, Iris?
We're on your side!
Gina Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about its ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, It would appear that Mr. McGilden's small article and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware.
Gina, ...
So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court above the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Witness testimony. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I had a scream from over my head, and that pair of the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when Miss McGilden slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to one of what I've seen of her.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Rubble.
I don't believe it!
The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies.
The McGilden fellow was a run to the core, just like that pickpocket.
Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in it together.
You're wrong, the lot of you, Mr. Naruhodo, the lawyer.
Wait.
Don't forget the lawyer from the east, they were all in it on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you, Mr. Naruhodo, the lawyer there, he didn't do nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. And we really expected to believe that.
Juror number 2, juror number 3, juror number 4.
He really stitched everyone up, did he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilden's Paul's article must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
Exclamation mark.
Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Blimey.
Alright, cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strahd?
If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the safes. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger. Did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but I have to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealing of some kind?
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was booming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
Yeah. That will give me away. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilden picked it up very smartish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up to the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions. Like what my name was, where I live and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of raping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and the pair of the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. Oh, that's right. Bruce Fairplay and ladies first. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilden got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilden, the driver, and you still on the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilden and her driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, Melee. That's when McGilden slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
The pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Did you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Ziegs.
McGilden took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember quibbling with him over the prize that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilden flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at the lick. Then the bunk trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I've seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you, though. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scalp her if I did exactly what he said. which include giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months pass, I have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in log, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill did at the driver deposit at Mr. Windybank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Exclamation mark. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Gina's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
That's what I just did. Oh, I suppose I should. Oh, and
another thing.
What's that? Oh, Gregson is stalking behind with Graydon.
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Maybe I need to press again and check on them, see what's going on.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strahd? I believe that we will have to talk to them, because usually there's always an alert when there's an opportunity to talk and go, "Excuse me!" And now, I think I need to find some... If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the safes, now I'm gonna look at them, look around, peach back under there, you can't see nothing at all.
Excuse me!
Oh, wait, I didn't want to do that. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Dot dot dot. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Whoa! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack! You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Ah, plus the other one, Sunshine. Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to go talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say with to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Dot dot dot. Van Zeek says nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Straw. Thank you, Console. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point! The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why should I have gotten? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court inspection, sir. Aha! We bought enough time. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilden 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Fade to black. To be continued. Okay, so it's only the end of the part. Okay. Okay. That's fine. So, if I wasn't stumped last week, this is where stream would have ended. So I'm gonna try to pace myself and finish two parts later. There's gonna be 2 parts after this one, and then I'm gonna call it a day on this stream. And I don't feel like cooking today, so oh, here's a box.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilden 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
There's gonna be nothing. Oh, what's this? It's a music box. It's a miniature music box. Don't tell me the disc goes in there. But the disc in the picture looks so big and the box looks so small. Like, if the dents are big enough to get one prick on 3 prongs and the rest being intact, like there's a difference of scale.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Great and ...
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilden's disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilden's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Yeah.
But why, for heaven's sakes? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc for Mr. McGilden?
And it was worth a few shillings, too. Urunosuke raises his hands. Oh, I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord!
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. Why does it bother to you? He's crisping his cone of fish and chips. The fish sticks is almost out of the cone. And the chips are mostly squished. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit a murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now! You can't! Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah!
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
I believe it has something to do with the other thing. Wait, what's the thing? The thing about today's paper. Like the Ministry Mall classified secret has been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. I believe there's a secret message in the disc, and the music box will only play half the message. We need 2 discs, because remember, Graydon expected more than 1 disc when he got the code, when he found the disc inside. He was expecting more than 1, but Windybank had no clue what he was talking about, because he never checked the pockets. When he got an overcoat, he don't check the pockets for the contents. Same for the music box. Maybe it's worth a few shillings, but I'm pretty sure he didn't open it to see it was indeed the music box, and therefore was worth more. For a 10-year-old, our transfer pulse of the news, secrets communication between Great Britain and its allies, mostly Japan, intercepted by hostile nations. Probably, I believe Graydon has a hand on it because he's a telegraph operator. And that would be his angle. That would be... The newspaper is probably Graydon's motive for murder. Alright, we're gonna play the disc. Remove the tape! God. That's Morse code. Good thing we have an operator here.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again, and in irregular sequence. Graydon is laughing.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless.
Dance?
After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Van Ziegs, ...
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes, it could be a clue. Oh, I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there is one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands here chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognized the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend. Answer me this! Oh! I hope you have some people in chat who know Morse code who can tell me right now what they're saying. Because I don't have my Morse alphabet with me. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Is the defense believe that the sound emitting from this music box is broken, an unusual genre on music, or not supposed to be music? Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Exclamation mark from Graydon. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Hehe, making deduction based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like earlier, now.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Reno! I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm very certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Aris. So there's only one teeth on the comb. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me right now. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one in this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertions is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. What can I prove that this is a secret message? Oh, the leak with the newspaper. Wait. I'm gonna save just to be sure. Okay. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is... Okay, I'm gonna go with the newspaper, because that's the only thing that makes sense.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Parish and Brick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down? Ministry mole, classified secret may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmission along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you work at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communication and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communication officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secret in Morse code?
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? I think I know these words, but not in English. Da.
The sorts of words I half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nation would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if he got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Graydon ...
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
So, in response to the defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence when that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
By all means, counter the charges, sir. Graydon, exclamation mark. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Response to the accusation brought in by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offence for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous crime of act treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. ... So then, let us proceed. You may.
Yeah, you gotta let us have a rabbit and a pork here, Governor. We got things to say. This is Nash.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
The name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is a professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell our motherland. Well, that's right. We've got what they call those the three Skulkin brothers. They look at Gregson. Don't look at me. Piss off. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Okay, now it's back with all them fours. Graydon's counter.
A mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilden anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night like we've told us stuff to do. Like what he told us to do. Yeah, if we'd known this was cause dodgy government secret involved, we would have touched it. Okay, so wait, they admit that they were working with Graydon there. Renoskate ... Van Ziegs ... Judge ...
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
One, Mr. Dugavna, what's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
Nash ... Pose. We did, Gav, we did! Rubble.
Quiet it down, please! What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
Oh, I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rother, getting us mixed up on this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. Yeah, what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny these accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence.
The small music box has been entered into the court record. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single note. It was deposited at Windybank's 2 days before the black overcoat. Can I look at it? No, I cannot. Cross-examination. Okay. Graydon's counter.
A mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal the confidential government information.
Hold it!
And why is that? So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communication are being intercepted? Okay, now I can check the music box. Okay, let's check it. What's in the bottom? Oh!
What is it, Bruno?
Oh, I've just noticed something about this music box. There's a little button in the bottom. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Hey, you're right! Well, come on, then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes. Another, look at that. There's another
Movement on the underside.
There's another mechanical thing underneath the music box. Can you fit So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Okay, so the crank is here. I wonder what happened if you play this disc on that side. It wouldn't change a thing, right? Who would have thought there would be a second movement to the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb states are of the same length.
So, this movement only produces a single note tone like the other one?
Yes, it must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different? A music box I can only play 2 notes. See how the 4 McGilda disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then the disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all the secrets yet.
Okay, so... yeah, I think I found what I need to with this music box. But that didn't produce another... an update to the evidence. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communication are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work will never be entrusted with sensitive information. This must be juror number 5. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5? We regular communication station officer aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. ... Graydon ... Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Yeah, and her eyes are sparkling. Yeah, she has rosy cheeks, but that's probably her rouge. Her cheeks were probably already pink.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communication team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communication. And he has received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon ... Graydon is highly skilled operator staff, currently in presence of idle staff.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend isn't familiar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct notes.
Tones, you say? Oh, so this must be... Okay, alright, so I got the disc with the dots. And we need the disc with the stripes.
Yes, a short dot and a long dash.
By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. Yeah. So, yeah, we have the dash disk, the dot disk, but we need the dash disk. Yeah, it's not even... Yeah, it's not Morse code. It's half a Morse message. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I see. For example, this A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sound. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying the subject matter before casting aspersion in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secret was somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nepalese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that B Morse code 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward.
Great end, exclamation mark.
You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce a single note, could have been used to cipher a secret message into Morse code?
Okay, we're gonna press the button in the bottom. I'm gonna present the button in the bottom. Here.
Got it!
Yes, this is it then. Oh, I need to open it. Oh, fudge. I present on the bottom, but I need to open it and present the contents inside. Oh.
It appears you know what's coming, counsel. Clearly there was an answer given in desperation by one floundering to substantiate this argument.
Oh. What? Was it that obvious?
I'm sure you're in the right lines, Rudo. There's something about that music box. There has to be.
Continue with the cross-examination, counsel.
No. Let's go back. Let's go back. I'm gonna repeat.
Hold it!
Dot dash A. And B is dash dot dot dot.
Objection!
So if I never examined the box, this is where I would found in that moment. And I present this. Thank you!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What? Exclamation mark Graydon. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the chord has heard, Morse chord comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Rubber, rubber, rubber.
This is beyond a joke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This board speaks for a lawyer, absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the chord with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc. Or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I have nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Exclamation mark.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more straightforward now.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Okay, so the sound produced by that music box are Morse code, that produced that. So I can press on this.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Scroll. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would your humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed?
There must have been somebody else involved behind the schemes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and give it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Great, Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Look at my JoJo pose.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communication officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
Great, Just want to check.
Yeah.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like we told us to do. Like what he told us to do. Like Mr. Grindon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Still me thought he was just popping over for a
Not or after all them years, but the rather had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Graydon, He's looking away, he's not even looking at him. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulking. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's see Graydon's an old China.
Now Ringo has something to say.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seems to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't let him believe it. You wouldn't let him believe it.
Yeah, this is real Cockney because believe rhymes with Adam and Eve for some reason, while Nash is biting on the pear.
You wouldn't let him believe it. But we was younger. When we was younger, we was from the poor part of the town, just like us.
Now he hands up an apple and is probably gonna eat it. Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. Nom, 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 nom. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
Gore blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulking Milk Run?
That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't they? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
Oh, I don't know. Could that sentimental story be irrelevant somehow? Oh, we'll add it to the testimony. 100% add it, please. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
But the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information related to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Skulkin pose.
Say no more. A skulkin, never skulkin.
Oh, Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run. Gore, them were the days. Milverton and Skulkin. Do I know something whose name is Milverton? Yeah, I need to press on that. Oh, I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Who is Milverton? Holmes, Wilson, Straw, Tobias Gregson. I heard the name Milverton somewhere, but I forgot where. God damn it. Oh, just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngster. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask him to elaborate, but on what? The business model, the business name. Yeah. But this business name was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it. Crunch, 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 crunch.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clone like you had worked that one out. That is... enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this trick?
Objection!
I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Exclamation mark. Tell me, why is that? Why is it that it was at the mention of the name Milverton that you decide to interject? Because well... If it were the obvious of Holmes one came from...
Yeah, its old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see? Oh, so his real name is Milverton. I remember where I found that name. Milverton. It's in Sherlock Holmes. It's a blackmailer. But he's working in the in the newspaper. It's like the master of blackmail. Oh my god, just remember that. Oh my god, I cannot believe that this villain, this unknown villain in the Sherlock Holmes adventures had a comeback. Milverton. So his real name is Milverton? What was his first name in Sherlock Holmes? Sorry, I need to... I have a feeling that I'm gonna need some prop, because usually I said that I'm gonna eat every time Gregson eats. But now that they're eating, I need someone for them as well. So I'm gonna fetch myself more carrots, because I don't have any fruit. But it'll make for the crunchy sound. Be right back. She took the name Graydon then, say. Oh, I need to recharge, eh? Yeah, okay. Okay. I need some water because some of them particles.
But as Ash will always be Milverton. But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Hmm? You're a communication officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Graydon ... Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. A telegraph operator at the Central Communications Station whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. So now we have a relationship. I'm just going to do a quick research because this bugs me.
Okay, so it's not. Okay, so it's not. So it has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with Sherlock Holmes. It's not the same Milverton. Graydon ...
All of it.
All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks with a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill then.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key is to us making headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. I couldn't, there was the last line.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hold it!
So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. You're right there.
Well, because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. Graydon ... And why was it Mr. Graydon's plans to break into Windybank's that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth taking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Milverton, the Skunk and Milk Run. Okay, those were the days. Okay, so this was the final. Okay, it was amended at the end. He has no relation to the man.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press it again. So 2 months ago, that omnibus, Miguel that killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. I'm gonna try something. Because he said the coat is his. And then here we have the blood of Mr. Mason on that ticket. Yeah. I'm gonna try this, Okay, so I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna save, because I'm not sure my shot, and I have 3 lives left. Alright, so I'm gonna present the other pawnbroker ticket for the code.
Objection!
No. Let's just consider the implication of that statement for a moment, shall we?
What implication, Counsel? Nothing strikes me about it.
Oh, exactly. There's nothing striking about it.
What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however.
Oh, or I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. Alright, so... I'm gonna load. This is my save. I have to be careful because there's the auto save that date from 12 minutes ago. I don't want that. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this is the statement I have to contradict, but I have no idea what to present to prove the connection between Graydon / Milverton and Mason. Okay, so now we can prove that Ashley Graydon, that's his blood. Trice Formation, it's this blood over there on the... Ashley Graydon Green. But they say that they could not approve the blood being evidence. Oh, maybe I need to check on the... Because I had a lead. I had a lead on the business... I think I need to press this again, because I had a lead on the business name, but I have the choice to... Hold it! I'm gonna press again on this statement. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, milkmen would come with cart to deliver milk. If you stock your empty outsides, your front doors, you would have leave them full again, right?
So we swooped in on the action because people got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price the other geezer is doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon better. Are you off your rockers? We have nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, what we had going on was simple because you had the idea. Once you had the idea, we just switched them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones for anyone who wasn't on our books.
So they had... So they were basically stealing the milk. So they had empty bottles and they traded it with the milk of the other customers, and they were giving them to their customers at half price. So yeah, of course. So the real one never received the milk, and they keep paying for bottles they never received. A double, right? Oh, I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was. It was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon? So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, up to our next service matters national security. All this talk about interception of secret governments, still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation JD overheard of the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus when Mr. McGill did.
No, that was Mason. The Brickmaster was horribly murdered. If there was some link between the two men, I know, but Graydon testimony says we as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here is the brother. So do I need to press on the brothers again?
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told us to do, you mean? That's it, yeah, well, say. Silly me thought he was just popping over for a matter after all them years, but the brother had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
Enough. Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction?
Ah!
Honestly, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery.
Well, that's blooming nice, isn't it, you little turncoat? Fine, if that's how you want it. Two can play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know I am from Adam. Never spoken to him before in my life. Never even seen him.
Never, Nash, never!
Good grief, such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom.
Well, all I say is this.
If we know there were dodgy government secrets involved, we'll touch it. When I presented him with the milk run, it didn't give me the option, probably because I already found what I need to with the...
Hold it!
Yeah, so the basic is like, how did the business run was the basic answer, and yeah. So now I'm stuck with only what the business do. I'm gonna try the music box disc, because that's another link. Because this is something that was on Mason's person, but McGill wanted it so bad to claim it as his. And in that matter, it got blood on him. That's the only thing I can think of. I'll try the disc.
Objection!
No. I'm gonna have to give up and go on story mode to see what the answer is on this one. Because the sound produced by that music box and even Morse code, I mean... Can produce the music box as evidence?
Objection!
No. There's clearly something odd about that last statement made by the witness.
There's clearly something odd there indeed. Your behavior, console.
Oh, please, don't mind me.
That will be significantly easier if you lower your hand.
At this point, I instead of wasting time and pressing everything, I'm gonna go with story mode on that one. So, story mode. What did I miss? Second statement. Third. The ticket box. You sure? Oh no, because I stopped before. Blood samples portfolio. Do we have the blood samples?
Objection!
No, maybe that wasn't it. No, I stopped before. Okay, so story mode says that this is the statement. I have present something, it's not those three. Maybe this one? The code? Did I press it earlier? I think I did.
Objection!
Yes, I did. It's not that. Okay.
Objection!
The gilded code. Wait. Why the notes? Why the notes? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Why the gilded case notes make sense? I don't get it. Victim found deceased on the last Mason. Oh my fucking god. I needed the full name. I was looking, here I was, like an idiot, looking at the people description for his real name. It says, oh, Trisfire Mason. But in Iris's notes, it says his real name is Mason Milverton. So yeah, there's the connection. They're gonna say that Mason Milverton is his dad or something. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I'm pissed. Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Graydon?
Explain yourself, please, console!
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiated with McGilded...
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say, Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier,
Your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father.
Oh!
Rage. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communication and selling it on to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I should have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn here. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, now see the image of the 2 pictures. The intruder into the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
Rather ingeniously demonstrating using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Graydon ... Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Graydon ...
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Judge ... Van Zeeks ... Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh! What? Now we see, yeah, his left sleeve now is being stained red. That's his wound. That's where he's got shot in the arm. We saw blood. We saw blood in the scene of the crime. What? Oh! 2 nights ago, we'd known that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old joiner.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Graydon,
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves.
Exclamation mark.
Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid the spare 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
And the stain only appears on the top side of the sleeve, not the bottom side, even though the bullet went pierced through both ends of the arms. It was a clean open and out entry and exit wound.
But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGill. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going to go down without a fight, nor until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is?
Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist, and the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
Graydon ... And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
Exclamation mark. That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Grr.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Robber, 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 robber.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What was that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself as the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I were at the scene, there, I might witness the crucial moment. You see, this makes me the witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You what? You're a liar.
Order! 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 Well, it seems we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon,
Yes?
I trust you're fully aware of the implication here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
The moment of the shooting. Witness testimony.
While these ruffians that were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Wait, that was Ringo, that wasn't Nash.
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
She had no blood. Oh, we know something we don't. There is indeed blood on the black coat, but it's not... That's not Windibank's. It's McGilded's. And... No.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Okay, this is a contradiction right there. He says he never had a gun, he took the gun and he made the escape. And that's when he shot Sholmes, but the gun was only fired once. Okay, so this one's easy.
Good gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony.
Great, ...
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Exclamation mark. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure of that point?
Oh, yes, quite sure. All of the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood.
A toast! Here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work! His ideas are all sound!
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Exclamation mark. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship permission. Is he talking about luminol? We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Rudo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Jeannie. I'm going to shoot you with some chemicals.
What?
Ah! Yeah!
Now it's gonna turn purple. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood at all. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by May Gilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense object to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled! Lord Van Six, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the result, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
We indicate that once they found that blood on the overcoat, Gino will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination!
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Cross-examination, the moment of shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the bear carrying a gun. What do you mean when you say you weren't near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves and forfeiting items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
But the broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer took me over the blooming counter.
So I put my gun on the old fellow and I soon made him scupper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you!
Sorry, Gav.
When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counters as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar and the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, wait, Garrett, when I pulled me gun on him, he tried to throw me out of the way.
And then you scupper. That door on the back.
At which point, what did you do?
I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about these people in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the store door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in and about head high that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. That's where I found, yeah, there's no blood on it, Genie. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through these people as well?
They're not likely, Gav. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gav.
I doubt these 2 buffoons
Were even aware of the people's existence.
So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing or Mr. Windybank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. Well, that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you!
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her.
Yes, it was!
Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulking's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
Graydon dot. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her?
Yes, throughout the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, is it sullied with blood? That's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying! If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that!
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Butter!
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Okay, now they're gonna say, oh, that's not his gun.
Hold it!
You have your gun with you? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room.
But that's right, after the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. But doesn't make sense. She took the pawnbroker gun, we have proof of that. Okay, so which evidence to present to stop his claim?
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up? We've made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mom sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Tell me, Mr. Gray, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
What's happening? Gregson is shaking over Nash for something.
Excuse me!
Gentlemen!
Something wrong, Sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realize we're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station, he said. And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know flaming people in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, aren't you?
Mate, I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him.
Well, yes, I think you might be a special case, Cyrus.
Blech. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Gregson, da.
My lord! Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Gregson's looking at this.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stain, it would appear that they were the result of spattering follow a gunshot wound. End of report.
What?
Goodness me.
Not stab wound, gunshot wound.
Goodness me.
I object, rubble. Twirling like a ballerina, and rise and pop.
See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Oh, you just shot yourself in the foot, haven't you?
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it a bold disgrace! Treachery, that's what it is! How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't have the answer to that problem pop out! It can't be done!
But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated...
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communication officer?
I held out piroshki to starving boy and he ran away crying.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carried no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed, don't you think, Jojo Bose? This proves that my testimony is all true from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Bravo. My lord! Being a long battle this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron had reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now? Sir!
Guilty.
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 6-0. So are we gonna have another summation examination? Because that's our third time that it's 6-0.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict.
The defense have consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Warg! I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? ... Fade to black. How very distressing, question mark, to be held in such low esteem. Oh, that must be Sherlock Holmes. Is he back? How very stressful to be held in such low esteem. Bailiff. Weren't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
Let me guess. The bailiff is actually Sherlock Holmes in disguise. It occurs to me with some regularity. Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Oh, I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Yeah. Mr. Sholmes! Now we see Sholmes. You can see his hair now. He's wearing a mustache. And now he's posing as Sherlock Holmes when he's pointing at the truth.
What? What is the meaning of this? Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I've heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up on an errand. What errand?
Howdy! It's me, you're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late of rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
He's flicking the top of his hat, the bucket hat. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeke? ...
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes.
Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
I need to check my stream. There's something wrong with it. Alright, it was on auto and the resolution was shitty. Now I put it back on 720p. Mr. Shobes, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me that I should pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible then.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of support to assist me in my investigation. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, and oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
This is, I believe this belongs to Susato. Because this is like the same handkerchief, the same bag as the one when she gave it to me during the Giselle bread trial. What's that? A lavender furushiki wrapping?
A living present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A living present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, this is the cat door maker. This is the gun that Sherlock used to make a trapdoor for the cat. But why would I need this?
Ow! It's the machine I made!
Oh!
Look, I used this! It's my latest invention!
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat! It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds! What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? Before she left?
You really are the best.
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? Sholmes,
That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraction for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Oh, let me guess. There were no peephole. That peephole, Susato made it for herself. And there's no way that that Graydon knew about that. Not at all cryptid then. Susato-san used this flap-to-mat that night, but why? The cat flapomat has been entered into the court record. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger door to allow cats to come and go freely. Yep. So Van Zieg was drinking from the glass and then threw it in the fire.
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder... Mr. Naruto.
Yes.
The rest is up to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to May. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests summation examination, further cross-examination, or time to think. I'm gonna go with further cross-examination, because I don't think a summation will help the court at all. I think I want to contradict with the... I'm gonna save here. Okay, the last autosave was 15 minutes ago, okay. Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then! If Rudo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon...
The court is obliged to allow it!
Ugh, this is absurd! Judge, ...
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
Exclamation mark.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
If following that, the situation remain unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell into that faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Mr. Shobes!
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Sustatozan has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Alright, no press. Moment of the shooting again. Ah, the sound change. Oh, I love this. While this ruffian was jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. You mean this, people? The one that made by the clap-format? The cat flapper-mat?
Objection!
Yes!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little doll in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to... I'm sure we can all work out that for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's shop.
Not being a keeper of cat myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what it has to do with...
Perhaps it will help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? The people, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
Hey, that's right. According to the paperwork in the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's really come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? ... Yes, how could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
I need to double check something just to be sure. Can we see the door in Gina's photograph? Yes! There are no peepholes on that door.
Kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Bravo.
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was?
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with a crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a more serious act of vandalism!
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Exclamation mark.
Riddle with explain yourself, Console.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grrr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Bravo.
Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you certainly expect people to believe that plating can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Aha! I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Cooey, time for dinner!
When did she make a door? A trap door? She made a flap door on the courtroom door. How dare she?
Well,
Oh!
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey!
I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom does door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flappermat creates are all on a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are an exact match.
Ugh!
Hee old Stilky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Exclamation mark. I believe your judicial assistants are already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people as mentioned are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demand proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device.
Let me check the other picture. We have a picture of Gina. Let's see the picture of the post-shooting. After the murder had taken place. Yeah, the people is there. Yeah. Somebody made the people at 1:30, between 1 and 1:30 a.m. You can see that very well. The defense argued that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, Council?
Don't give up now, Runo! This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well, the Council for the Defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door with the bank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Okay, so this is proof that it was not before. This is the proof that it happened after. So it's either one of them. I'm gonna present Gina first.
Take that!
Oh, it's good enough. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is in this photographic print, Council?
Exclamation mark. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. This is the 1 a.m. picture. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercifully wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. Oh, but more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. There really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description.
Ugh! Mr. Graydon! Exclamation mark. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. Ugh! In other words, your testimony, 360 point, is a catalog of lies! Is he gonna break down? He dance like a ballerina, and he falls on the bench. Whoa!
Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has sustained its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious.
Graydon, ... That's not the only thing we know. We know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Exclamation mark. But more importantly,
Good Lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeke?
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is not proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yeah. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Horace?
You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo?
Oh! Okay, now they see the movement of the cat coming back in. The way the flap door works is to be not one way. Like there is no way. Like there's no way that the gun couldn't be as early.
As Early always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Yeah, because the fact that the people was made after the murder, it was impossible for Gina to get the gun out of the storeroom. So that's how I think that's the angle of attack I should take. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. Yeah. He never knew that the blood splattered on the coat, because it's not true. And he never knew that the gun never came out of the storeroom, so he could never picked it up. So we're back at where's the third gun? What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon has knowledge of something he should have known about, namely, the third gun, the peephole, the blood stains on the coat. The blood stains on the coat. The blood stains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw it through the peephole in the... Oops. Now he's pissed. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that it's so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously, I...
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard investigator arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out the investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clocks and shifts so we can get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Exclamation mark. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom. On the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence formed the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Question mark.
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zake?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you. If it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course,
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered had extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel?
I'm gonna save. I have a suspect in mind, but I cannot believe he's been implicated in all of this, and I'm sad.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness detail of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
That would be Gregson.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me? Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparation for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed a subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Graydon ...
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third murderer. You're suggesting the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fellow? Crunch, crunch. How could I be so incompetent? I'm eating carrot. Eating carrots is healthier for your health. Healthier than fish and chip, that's for sure. I was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceeding resumed following the recess. I think that what happened is it was during his during someone else's testimony, during Gina's testimony, when Gregson talked to Graydon that he made is because that was only then that he said, "Oh, you regret summoning me here because I'm a key witness." Because it was only after Gina testified that he decided to put her under the bus with that lie. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussion could possibly have occurred.
Oh! I just remembered something right now.
What is it, Arvis?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying.
Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. They were talking with each other. I remember finding it strange at the time. The two of them were talking to each other. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seems to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Exclamation mark for Gregson, Graydon
I'm sure I need not to remind the inspector that it found to be true. Striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty.
Or I don't do that, but with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent of the defense to now present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. I don't know what I need to save. I've been talking out of my ass for a while now. I have no idea where this is going. If Inspector Gregson really did make strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. The second disc?
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explained the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Grayson made with a witness?
The contents of the small music box. I'm gonna try with that. I have no idea. It's gonna be hard.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded in this newspaper article here? The classified secret being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilden. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets. Gregson, So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah!
Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Gregson, blah, blah, blah.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secret leak from the ministry, and do it under QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential detail of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No. Ah!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, huh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on this person?
Yes!
The defense demand that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness's stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector...
Crunch, crunch, crunch. Okay, one more carrots.
This young lad was to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. Exclamation mark. However, if I'll put this matter to bed, dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a more serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector personal effect, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed! To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's more senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just treading Ruda because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. Oh, I can't imagine Gregson could have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have had it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implication. So let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the Inspector of Personal Effects?
So probably... So if he say that he doesn't have it, that means that we interrupted him before the exchange was made. So I'm gonna go with search someone else. Can I save? I'm gonna save. Save here. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search to be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector.
Oh. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost at the last Avenue, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you!
Be quiet, all of you! Rito's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions! So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith! Because that's the British way!
Exclamation mark from the judge. Van Ziggs, ...
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
What? No, don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Oh, now I have doubts. Now I have doubts, because what if Jeannie stole it from Gregson? Or stole it from... But, no, she didn't do that. She could.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
I'm gonna try Graydon first, then my second... I have 3 chances left, so I think I'm good if I think I can afford a mistake. If it's not Ashley, it's gonna be Gina.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demand that he be searched at once.
Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon?
Au contraire.
And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Oh, now!
Aha.
Well, Counsel?
Oh, if I'm not mistaken about the things that I've seen in court. Okay, so it's Gina. It's Gina.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demand this person to be searched at once.
Good grief, what possible relation can exist between that person and the case, Counsel?
Objection!
It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel is humiliation, perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine. Okay, so anyone else?
If Gregsy doesn't have the disc at the moment, the question is, where could he have hidden it?
The trouble is, he's been the witness stand the entire time in full views of everyone in the courtroom. Not an easy situation in which to go about hiding anything, really. So there's honestly only one place he could possibly have hidden it then.
Perhaps in another person's pocket, someone with him on a stand?
Okay. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. Alright, we're gonna search Nash. I'm gonna search Nash.
Take that!
Yes, it's Nash. Oh, of my lord, Mr. Nash Culkin.
Well, I never.
Eh?
Why me?
Me?
Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard asked to object to the search.
Okay, so... it's an admission of guilt there.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zeeks,
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your action. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
right,
Bailiff! Carry on the search!
Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! No! I've been raped! Here, my lord! Here, in the witness pocket. I found this!
Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Gregson, da. Graydon, da. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. 360 point? Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah!
Order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was behind this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall what unusual behavior.
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
Oh, when he was ruffling Nash, he jammed the disc in his pocket. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Culkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Oh yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born with me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? Well, I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled just like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazing did you mention the third gun when you got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig! He hid it?
Yep.
But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law! He could have submitted the item as evidence!
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man itself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special condition.
Gregson,
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secret leak from the ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush.
Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communication. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulking in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense?
Gregson and Graydon ...
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon,
Are you prepared to admit?
are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you for this alleged deal?
Graydon ...
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon!
Clearly, our Eastern visitors has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how would you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Easter's man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Crane in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. Jury number 1, I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done is been in the name of justice. Jury number 2, exclamation mark, and 3, question mark, exclamation mark. So, as member of the public of this fine country,
Salute.
I'd like to think that the justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Number 4, number 5, and 6, exclamation mark.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, In the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of Milo. Stop.
The detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole some government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jury to declare their final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
Before I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leaning, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Rudo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson's or Graydon? Oh shit, I don't know. Oh fuck, I'm in the dark here. Another save. I'm gonna check on my evidence again. See what angle I can use. Okay. I have something. It's a long shot. Okay. Jeannie's gonna be pissed. But I have something. I'm gonna present something to Gregson. It's gonna be the story manuscript. I'm gonna play with his pride, and he's probably gonna admit something. Alright. So, Inspector Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to say.
What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge what you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hands here. One final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Because otherwise, why would the title of the story be the case of the unbelievable story? So we're gonna write this manuscript where Iris is gonna write shit about you.
Take that!
Dot dot dot.
What on earth is this, counsel?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. No? Oh, fudge, and that was my last life, right? Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind.
Really, counsel, at this stage in the proceeding, I would have expected a more considerate argument. The defense will be duly penalized. Thank you, counsels. I've seen enough. According to the powers vested in me by Her Majesty the Queen, I declare no further examination necessary. As such, I shall be requesting the final decisions of the members of the jury. Are you all ready, Mr. Foreman?
Absolutely, my good sir.
Then please announce your finding to the court.
Guilty.
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 I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, guilty! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I applaud your considerate and expedient deliberations. Court is adjourned.
Retry from the scene, resume a save game, return to title scene. If I retry for this scene, am I going to gain more life? Retry for start of the current scene. Yes. Yes, I have my 5 lives! One final piece of evidence for this to get this detective to admit to the deal he struck with Graydon. Okay. I have no idea what to present here. The deal he struck with Graydon. A proof that Gregson made a deal with Graydon. I'm gonna try the newspaper.
Take that!
No. I'm gonna load. There's an auto save 1 minute before I last saved. It was with Graydon and Gregson. Okay, so some prove that Graydon killed Windy Bank or stole government secret. What proof do I have that he stole the secret or killed Windy Bank? Okay, I need to recollect. It's one of the guns. I need to recall what happened because there are 3 guns and ballistic markings. Okay, so Windy Bank's gun shot Graydon. Skulking gun shot Sherlock. The 3rd gun killed Windy Bank. Because this has been fired once, this has been fired once. This is the third bullet. We still believe that yeah, because our simulation said that Graydon shot Windy Bank from the back when the door was still open. So if that was the case, no, there's something that doesn't make sense. Because from what we learned, the guys came in, they raided, the Skull King brothers were checking the counter while Graydon was at the entrance looking at the shelves. So he probably found the music box, but he didn't want the music box, he wanted the disc inside. So he took the disc and put it back in. Meanwhile, they were at the counter. Then Windy Banks came with his gun, and he shot but that's the thing. Like, why would Mr. Windybank shot at Graydon? Usually would have shot himself. No, it's only no. So he shot at Graydon, bullet in the calendar. Then Skull King took out his gun and then hid himself, and then left the gun at Gina. And then he got killed from the back. Then he fell. Then she fainted. And then they closed the door. No. She locked the door. Okay, she locked the door after the guy died because to protect herself. She didn't want to shoot the gun. But for some reason she fainted. Oh my god. Alright, but it still doesn't tell me how... I guess I'll go with story mode. I have no idea what the final clue is. So it's Gregson, so I was right. It has to be Gregson. So I'm gonna fast forward. The deal is struck with Grayson. The Flapomat? Really? The music box. Why is it proof?
Take that!
Why is the music box a proof? I don't get it. Is there another piece of paper in the bottom? See how the 4 mil gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be more perfect fit. So there's
No question then, the discs were designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sound it produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than Miss Yai maybe already discovered at all.
I found that, but... Okay, but then what? No, I'm stumped. I'm gonna have to listen to the story, because no, I would never have figured it out. So let's see how they go. That eludes me.
Is that Mr. Mill-Gilded Peculiar Music Box console?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. Well, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... Oh, okay, so this is blackmail. Now we have the music box and you have the second disc. Let's play the whole message. Gregson will never let that fly. So that's where they were going with it. Okay. I would never have figured it out on myself. I really needed help for that. So with the second disc, we just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc console...
Oh no, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because, well... Because it's not going to do with this... It's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believed that the second disc contained the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect the state secret you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad! If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means of foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means of foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. ... My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Vanjix, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Feet on this desk.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No!
Very well. The defense's stance here and then of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. with both discs, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Okay, let's see the Morse code. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakably now. It's Morse code.
Hold it! Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. By the love of God, shut that blooming music box. Shut that blooming box up. I admit.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's dorm room door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
Gregson?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood there in the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up!
Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned out at the pawnbrokery shop the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or if information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Gregson,
I did. But then it turned out the peephole has only been made the night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder on the proprietor, Mr. Pop Wendybank.
You.
On guard, he broke his cane.
Traitor!
He's choking it with the cane. Choking Gregson with the cane. And he spit up his chip.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
But that's it then. It's all over. ... I despise my life growing up.
I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decide to try to solve government secrets. Why? Grin, da da da.
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a square talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offering. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my action went untraceable.
By using the music box.
Dot dot dot. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagine his skill would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate more code. So I sought my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slum 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty has never broken him. Never corrupted him like he had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some wood for you, Father. I need some music box disc made.
Music box disc, eh?
A musician friend of mine was written some music he wanted to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precaution indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Mr. McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt on the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happens on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second discs?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that was a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
da da da. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb to the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home.
Ryunosuke da da da. Van Zeke, da da da. Judge, da da da. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. Dance. Rise. Pose. To exact revenge. Is he gonna admit that he burned McGilded in the omnibus? Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Exclamation mark. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money on my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Or are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he retwisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he's walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that Munster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago. Yes, it was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's dead that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me to the courtroom.
What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some changing up to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I'm asking if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right, an imposter, hired by me.
McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manners of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Picture of Gina. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him through a one-way journey to hell. Paraffin is what they make candles on. It catches fire, but it doesn't keep a flame now, does it? An eye for an eye. That's how I avenge my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was one loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it has been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remember something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGilded. Now we see a scene of him talking. It is the first of the 2 discs in the music box. You need to play them. Well, look at that now! What an ingenious little invention! So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. And what's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've disposed there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch for it. I put a jewel in the pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I never heard of a pawnbroker being used in point that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokery has very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. ... Ponder, ponder, ponder. So I knew that if he'd taken step to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, that Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another in McGilded's pawn, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it has already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact, and had not been, I could avoid my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we pick up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's position and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we have to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspection here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night.
With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I had fired back. The man has already turned to flee. I had intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
Sorry, Tail.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Runoske. Van Ziek. Judge. Court.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Great and da. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Hello, Tyler. How you doing? We just cracked the case. We're in the middle of the confession. We managed to find that it was actually Ashley Graydon, or his real name Ashley Milverton, aka Trice-fired Mason's son, who killed Mr. Windybank. And it turns out that what was inscripted in the disc was Morse code. But we only had one disc. The disc with all the dots. So it went beep, 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 beep. That's not really Morse code. We needed the disc with the dashes. And this was leaked government secrets. And it was a deal that Graydon made with McGilded. McGilded was hoping to sell information, those government secret, and sell it to his country's enemies. That's basically how he makes his money. Like, loan shark is one thing, but if you want money to buy London 5 times over, you go and buy government secrets. So there you have it. So they make it on 2 deals. And the first deal was with the music box and the first disc, the one with the dashes, for 10 guineas, and the second disc for 1,000 guineas. And since Trice-fired Mason is good with his hands, and we discovered through testimony that he was a music box apprentice in his early days before he was a brickmaker, that he constructed the music boxes. So he had to, Graydon had to lie to his dad to see, so he could cooperate. And he gave, to thank him for his effort, the son paid his father 100 guineas or something like that. It was basically too much money for the work he had done. So he realized that something was amiss, that his son was not 100% truthful with him. And he decided, okay, on your next deal, I'm going to be there. And he tried to negotiate with McGilded, saying that he had no idea what was in the disc, but he tried to get it for more than 100 guineas, but 1,000 guineas. But apparently McGilded did not agree to buy this information for 1,000 guineas. And that's how the negotiation went south, and McGilded killed the old man in the omnibus. And then there was a witness, Gina Lestrade, who was hiding inside the back seat. He interrogated her to see what she knew, what she heard, and he threatened her to cooperate, or else she's gonna be the next with the knife in the belly. And so there was the thing with the pawnbroker being used as vault, blah blah blah. So, and he admitted that since he figured out with the news that his father was killed, he knew that it was Magnus, and he wanted justice for his father. So he prepared a plan if he was found guilty
or not, if he ever was found not guilty by some miracle, that he had some plans to kill him anyway. So he hired a guy to infiltrate the bailiffs, to bring McGilden in, lock him in the omnibus, filled the omnibus with paraffin, and set everything on fire. So he killed McGilden. He admitted to kill McGilden, on top of killing Windybanks, because at this point he was already he would already be hung just for leaking government secret documents. Like, he was already in for a penny. Like, they wouldn't kill him 3 times because that's how grave his crimes were.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Gregson,
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrideb Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdict.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. From 6 to 0 to 0 to 6. Ha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Rudo, you finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right, you're the best lawyer in the world!
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Yeah, because now she's gonna be guilty of perjury because she lied about her testimony 2 months ago. So she's off the hook from murder, but now she's gonna be found guilty of perjury.
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilden's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Well, of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilden's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Ah, and just when I was getting excited about throwing the party for Jeannie this evening.
And turning our attention to the fans, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose
A toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh, very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit that he's done, so... If I may say something on that point, who said that? Isn't that... Oh, it's, about the sound produced by the music box before. Oh, we're gonna see what was in there. Because we played the first line of the Morse code, and she read that. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. To such that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to be in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level obsession, one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, emitting the singers of two different tones. So it was gibberish. There was no really, maybe it was a coded message, another line of coded message. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut?
How many times do I have to tell you, Those discs contain minstrel secrets, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crime, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. ...
Miss Lestrade!
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes. Gina? But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to be born again, Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybanks, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Confetti and fireworks. 6 for one of each jurors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then she shoots a smoke grenade. Yeah! Another fireworks. Yeah! Totally illegal, but yeah!
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Now, everything is empty and it's only Van Zeke and Ryunosuke in the empty Old Bailey. He's drinking some wine, pouring some wine. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered with that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Yunosuke ... Well, I don't think there's anything curious about it.
Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different being on the inside. Van Zeke, ... You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Fancy ... Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then. I'll wait for that day if I must. Gloop, 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 gloop. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Crush! So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Fade to black. "17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey defendant antechamber." So they were in there for 7 hours and a half. There was a 1 hour recess for lunch and also to prepare Graydon. There was also a time where they have to go back to the pawn shop and come back. There was a 1.5 hour of not recess but time to kill, if one may say so. But yeah, it's done. It's over at last. But where's Aris disappeared to? Oh, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's all about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Gina, No one ever has before, you see? Kept the promise I made, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it at a trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Jeter, I worked something on quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so, it don't really fire a lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that pulling my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke.
Flashback of Kazuma.
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Oh, this is Sherlock.
Pardon the interruption, but what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
Smoking his pipe. The voice.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling...
Mr. Shobes.
Yes, it was me all along, you see?
Now he's changed back from his costume to his regular self. Or I assume you'll be taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again!
Oh.
I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor was standing to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
All very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, baby.
Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd?
Why, if you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, I have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you, Mr. Strahd.
Who's that supposed to be? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial who was working on wins up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. Begilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Ah, yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs, who knows what's what, right? He knows what peoples are like on the inside. You wanna have got the wrong end of the stick? There are some coves like that bog trotter who was rotten to the core. But at the end of the day, I'm upstairs. Make him upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. Or I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Ripper taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, you say.
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd.
Oi! Just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Well, let me express my heartfelt congratulations. Gina?
Well,
There you are, Riley, how long have you been here?
And then Sherlock Holmes falls on the floor. Ah!
Huh! Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made other fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch!
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge spatter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff was in the log. Blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, this has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. But anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all the lots like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Oh, she's crying. Nothing.
Mr. de Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, good boy, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? Smoke one exit? Well, what was that for? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Sundaribam! Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strahd.
Thank you. Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh.
Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny!
Right. Oh, I see. Well...
Oh, she takes off her hat and bows her head.
Thanks, Soto. And she cries. Oh, so cute. I want to hug her. Oh, and she smiles and now I can see her teeth for real. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, you should have showed it to Gina here, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how good news or the bad news?
Ugh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Reno? Curly?
Well, as usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way fast.
Absolutely not. I have no intentions of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover? So that means that Susato hasn't left the country yet.
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, Shirley. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry out now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
Oidle, the great detective does it again.
Indeed he does! I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and be happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea. But it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
18th of April, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside.
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
They've been riding the train all night.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Zato, where are you? Oh, over there. There she is. Over there, look. She looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
And she's about to throw a book. Miss Zato, wait, what are you doing?
Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you say?
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Shada's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. Susato ... And she smiles.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Alright, her team again. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
Susato ...
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mr. Zato?
Susato ...
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes have invited Juno over to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Juno gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she?
Oh, okay. So when Gina did our little pickpocket lesson, Iris took our arms band, which was our lawyer's badge, and Susato took the cat flapomatic.
To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be more fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat to see if so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night.
Oh, I see.
And then...
Bang! So that was Nash and Ringo.
Ah!
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruto.
Right.
After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it would be only behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang into mine. I was so worried about Gina that I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapomat to make a peephole in the door.
I captured the photographic print of the shop by one of earliest red-headed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember the trial 2 months earlier. The trial of
Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But where I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime has been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police! I know, and I knew at the time that I was doing it. What I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
You could have been disbarred if you had seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allow myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Ryunosuke ... What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that people as a way to implicate Gina. Exclamation mark. And besides, if the people inconsistency hasn't existed, I'm not that sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo! What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration!
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sound on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about a secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? Oh, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. ...
Sogi? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
No, Kazuma Sogi.
Wait, Iris, what did you say?
I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Made something? Asogi. That was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? Oh, I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh!
It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world I altered and added to Morse code to use in their own language.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the...
Okay, I cannot see because of her shirt.
But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your effort on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course!
Book, dot, dot. Oh, but what can this possibly mean? Whatever is it, that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Miss Susato-san's face. Susato, dot, dot, dot. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appeared to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asugi.
Kasuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
A Shin? Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Guriguson.
Tobias Gregson. Guregu Gregson. Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what his name? And what his name is doing in secret government communication as well.
And the last name...
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Is it our own father? Is it gonna be Y Mikotoba?
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson.
John Wilson. So there's something. Asonaga! Asonaga Shin. Yeah. So there's something between Kasuma Asogi, Tobias Gregson, Dr. John H. Wilson, and Agent Asonaga Shin of the secret of the secret police, federal police. Yeah.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Sholmes, dot, dot, dot.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate in Japanese, this is all 4, and that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
Iris, dot, dot, dot. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code, not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Rudo come from.
Oh, well...
No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Yunosuke, dot, dot, dot. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Dot, 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 dot.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Zato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Otto, I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh! Her eyes are wet. Zato ...
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah!
Oh yeah, the Hounds of the Baskervilles. Iris ...
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Zato ...
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was drying out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that.
It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Cutscene? Yeah, they're on the boat.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Yeah, all of them are waving her goodbye. The cat is there too, Wagahai is there.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Now they're running to the end of the quay.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
Then Susato seems to yell something,
I'm
but
sure
he
there'll
cannot.
be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
And she's sailing to the rising sun.
I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
And Sherlock is playing the Stradivarius on the key. I don't know why he brought his violin, I do not know.
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Huh? Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Zato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? ...
This is the part where we're gonna yell objection, because that's how all the Phoenix Wright games finish. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Rudo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
What a nice monkey wrench. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
There you go. Then he raised his hand. Now we see him in court. This is the credits. 360 objection, finger point. Choo! Director scenario planning, shoot Takumi. Pushing in the ocean, yeah. Pushing off the key. And Sherlock Holmes. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrive at Baker Streets from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all by myself, so I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've heard! Oh, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison! Art direction, character design, Kazuya Nuri.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When Andy's busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dried toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
Music, Yasumasa Kitagawa. Oh, ouchie.
Witness! Your testimony is riddled with contradiction.
Exactly. Rarely do rare cobalt coins high on the rare stakes themselves.
No, sir.
Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling me my son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Lead planner, team manager Shinsuke Godama, lead scripter Takashi Ito. Oh, Osonaga. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I lay low on the steamship for a while. But that last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. Soseki, I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Waga High offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kitten on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Planning Yoshiro Ikeda and Atsushi Jodai. Yeah. Scripting Kazuhiro Nakata and Ryusuke Yamada. Yeah, because pets are allowed in boats. Oh, Vortex. A scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new ways. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Character modeling, lead modeler Tomohiko Sumi, Yasuyo Kondo, and something else. Character modeling, Takashi Oga, Nakaiko Naka, and games illustration, Midari Yamamoto.
Gregson, Greatest France magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
Glop, 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 glop.
That's good coffee. Her ladyship puts me to shame.
Character animation, lead animator Shinji Kamiyaguchi, Sayori Shintani Mizuru Lega. Character animation, Akiko Shigata, Yoshiro Tamurai, Masaya Ueda. Oh, Yaredeb. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course, joining my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally upstairs every day has done wonders to the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework too, got his main business tapped out, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Background lead artists Ishin Sakurai, Makoto Tanaka, Tomohiro Fujimoto. Backgrounds Tomoko Takahashi, Shinya Kuwashima, Miyuki Yasushiji. Oh, roll in beat.
My runner is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing really I enjoy more these days than hunting down small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that drop 10 pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat!
Oh, Tony!
Oh! Newlyweds. UI design, lead designer Mikako Kobayashi no Eul. UI design Mari Yamaguchi, Yoshitanoe, visual effects Yamada, and Chieko Akizuki. Oh, Gina's still in jail. Ah, looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't no too boring. She's always going on about all them cases where Holmes is looking into. Criminal investigation are kind of interesting when you get into them. Programming and programmer Junichi Shiba, Masahiro Kimoto, Kei Hashimoto. Programming Yuki Urabe, Masayuki Tomoyoshi, Shitaka Umibara. Oh, Graydon! Yes, I renounce my bringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, but please. Nash, go over, bro. They ain't the Ash we used to, though. Ringo, you got time here to plan the comeback of Biverton and Skulking Micron, right? Oh, the Three Musco, what's this? The skulking but milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Oh, now the dance. Their pose goes together. Sounds effect, Yoshiki Sando. The two poses of the brothers and of Benedict makes more sense now. They complement themselves very well. They're like the Ginyu Force. Oh, Susato is back.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize what life is all about. Now, Hiroto-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Producer Shintaro Kojima. Kettle is boring. And this is Ryunosuke's desk. And the Dharma. And the picture of all 5 of them. Like Sherlock, Susato, Iris, and the cat jumping on Ryunosuke's cat. And it's taken in front of 221B Baker Street. And Ryunosuke's pointing at the camera. Who's taking the picture? Probably a professional, but yeah. So is that it? Oh, another credits with Asogi. They're gonna walk. So this must be voice actor Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Mark Kota, Electron, Brady Clarkson, Susato Koto, Ina Takasaki. Standing in front of police officer Iris Wilson, Claire Morgan, Baron Ziggs, Barbara Vernon, Kazumosugi Bandiri, narrator Peter the Jersey, Ouchie, Nigel Pilkington. Now we see Ouchie here. We see all the characters. Additional voice: Robbie Stevens, Will Hartley, David Anderson, Andrew Jesco, Penelope Hopkins, Beatrice Rowley, Philip Hurtwood, Ben Elliott. So now we see all the characters we met so far with the sound production and generic. So now we see Osonaga, Correcta, Denosa, Giselle Breath. So this is the credits for the HD. So now we see the Mikotobas, Eugene and Susato, I'm Enterprise Inc. and Production Co. So those are the real stars, those who localize the game from Japanese to English with some prestige, strong. Now we see the Russian sailors. We see Beef Stroganoff and Sailor A. And then we see again Osonaga Oda, animation production, character design. Osonaga in the sailor suit. Next is gonna be Nikolina Pavlova, I believe. So it's still Asogi walking in front with Ryunosuke behind, and then he stops, and then Ryunosuke continue by himself because that's where he is in the story. They were in the boats together, and then he died, and then that's how he met Pavlova. Sherlock Holmes should be not too far behind. He's probably gonna follow him afterwards, or probably Susato's gonna follow her. Yeah, Susato is back with Kazuma's katana. She gonna follow her? Oh, he stops in front of her. Okay, they stop. Development assistant Kitu. And they keep walking. And now he has the katana on his belt. Yeah, and Susato is behind. Now we have Maelstrom, Strongheart, with the bobbies, mustache and non-mustache.
Sir!
Now we have Bruce Fairplay with ladies first, with an oversized coat. We have Beppo the coachman. Magnus McGilded. I was expecting him to be shorter than that, but Beppo is smaller than him. Yeah, he's barely smaller than Susato. Like, with his top hat is as big, as tall as Naruhodo. Now we see Sherlock. Here you go, in front of 221B Baker Street. Is he gonna follow her? Come on, follow us. I know you. We know. Here you go. Here you go. We know you want to. Then Gregson is here. There's Fish and Chip, and this is Roly and Patricia Beat, tied together with the same scarves. Now we have the Garadebs, John and Joni. Now we have Mr. Soseki Natsume with his sandals. He was bare feet with his getas during the winter time in London. Is he crazy? Then Wagahai is there. Then Iris is there. Iris gonna follow the gang, I believe. Yes, she walks right behind Susato. So it's Ryunosuke, Sherlock, Susato, Iris. And then we see Van Zieks crossing his arm. Now we see the Skulkin brothers, Nash and Ringo, and Egg Benedict, and then they do their pose. Ha! And then Gina flicking a coin. Then she uses her gun, she loads it. What's she gonna do with that? Okay. So we're back to the end of the story and end of chapter 5. Interviews and research assistants, Mount Roko Cable Car and Tourism Company, Roko International Museum Box, Musical Box Museum. Also, they add real research on how they looked like back then. So all 4 of them are in the middle of the screen, still walking. Capcom! And they turn facing us, they do their pose, bowing, their little welcome, saying thank you for playing. Oh, and Ryunosuke and Sherlock point at each other, like signal each other. The greatest attorney adventures, fin. Alright, so that's the end of game number 1. But, as you all know, there's still another game after that. Oh, we see a picture of Kazuma and Ryunosuke with their school uniform and their vest, looking at petals falling, and there's on the sunset. It's really nice. It makes for a good wallpaper. So now there's gonna be another game, but now we have special contents. We can now access all the stuff we couldn't access because it was spoilery. We did all the gallery. We did all the auditorium, I guess. So yeah, the last 3, the Briar Road thing. So this happened. '30th of April, 12:20 p.m. Briar Road. So this is like after Susato left for Japan. Here we have Roy and Pat.
Hey!
Oh, sir, Constable Rolly Bate reporting for duty. Thanks to the good offices of Lord Van Zieks, I'm back on my beat here in the capital doing my best for the good citizen of London, sir.
Ah, my Rony back in his Bobby uniform. You couldn't look any more handsome if you tried.
Ah, my love, you say the sweetest things.
Oh, Pat!
Oh, Rowley!
Oh. To us, Lord Van Zeke isn't the reaper of the Beatty at all.
Oh, no, of course not. He's the patron saint of puppies!
The patron saint? Oh, yes, Pat, you're so right, my darling. Keeping us in pocket, he is. On my first day back on the job, what did I find in the gutter? A shilling, my love, a whole shilling.
Oh, Rowdy, I always believed in you. I always knew one day you'd find some big, small change.
With just that shilling, I could buy you a cheap bunch containing a single flower, my sugar.
A single flower? Oh, romantic!
Oh, I need to change my battery.
Oh, but I'm so sorry, Pat. Only moments ago that shilling disappeared.
Disappeared? But how, my love? How?
I think maybe... No, I'm sure. It was this girl here, sir. You swapped my precious shilling, did you cheeky little diver?
This is Gina. How come she's out of jail? Blimey! You took your time getting on to me, didn't you? I thought that lovey-dovey stuff weren't ever gonna hand. So apparently, stealing, perjury and stealing gives you 2 extra weeks of jail. Unless all even if her time counted for double when she was arrested. Still. Alright, so let it be known. If you lie in court, 2 weeks of jail. So a shilling you say, lifted from you, were it? Don't know nothing about it. Where's the evidence, eh?
Right there, the evidence is dancing around the back of your hand, young lady. You stole it from me. You lifted it from my pocket just now. You've got a nerve stealing from a bobby.
Cobblers, this coin's mine! How could you know anyway? How could you know it was taken just now or not?
Dear me, you don't get it, do you? We've hardly got a penny to our name, so that coin felt as heavy to me as a bar of gold.
Eh?
I'm telling you, the moment it left my pocket, I knew. I felt myself get a good few pounds lighter.
Ah!
Yep, that coin's got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it.
Nah. What's the matter with you, eh, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? May? Sorry. When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. This isn't my fault. I haven't stolen anything. And what about you, eh, Sholmes? I thought you were supposed to be a great detective.
Dear me, Mr. Strahd. You took your time getting around to me, didn't you? I thought that long dispute was never going to end.
You hardly said, give us a minute when we spotted you over the road and say hello. And that was 10 minutes ago, Jeannie. We just been standing here listening to you quarrel with this Bobby.
I do beg your pardon, madam. We should be troubling the police with troubling the public.
I was about to say troubling the police with public business.
I mean, we shouldn't be troubling the public with police business.
But that shit belongs to us, doesn't it, Rowdy?
Oh, of course it does, my love. It's just for you and me, my darling.
Grrr. This was just supposed to be a nice stroll with Iris and Mr. Sholmes before afternoon tea. Why did we have to run into another fiasco on Briar Road? I don't really see how it could be of any help, Gina. There's no way of knowing who the coin really belongs to if it was just dropped in the gutter.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Rude now.
What?
I have a feeling I might know the answer to the question of whose coins that is.
Ah, my bright young fellow lodger. Let us hear your deduction.
Well, there's actually a reason why I suggested a troll down Briar Road.
Oh? What reason?
You see, I was here yesterday and, well, I dropped a little something. So I wanted to come to look for it while enjoying an afternoon stroll.
Wait, you dropped something? You don't mean...
It was the pocket money that Hurley gave me.
What's this, Iris? You dropped that, did you?
I'm sorry. I went to the market on Lime Street yesterday to pick up some herbs, you see. But on the way I must have dropped it. The 1 shilling coin you gave me.
Oh! A 1 bob bit?
Yes, and when I popped up back over to the route I took, I realized I must have dropped it here. Constable, you haven't seen it, have you? It's all my pocket money and now it's gone.
Rolly ...
Oh, well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that young lady.
What? What rotten luck dropping your money like that, sorry?
I dare say the constable and his companion would give you a run for your money with their wide eyes.
If that's all the same to you, Mr. Shelms, I think I'd prefer not to be used as the yardstick for looking guilty. Well, it's not really in it, Iris. You dropped it, so it ain't yours no more. Ah, anyway, you know what they say, what goes around comes around, so don't feel bad. Bad luck, Iris. It doesn't look like you're going to get your coin back.
I can't believe I lost it. And straight after Hurley gave it to me as well.
Yes, regrettable indeed. I seem to recall that particular coin was rather significant.
What do you mean, significant?
To be specific, it was especially significant to you, Rudo.
Significant to me? Ah, you don't mean... It was the coin from last night's wager?
The very same, my dear fellow.
What's this then? What wager?
It was a game of poker! A duel between Hurley and Rudo.
Poker? What? That tricky card game, you mean?
As a lawyer, I have the perfect poker face. You'll never be able to tell what I'm thinking, said he. But depriving Mr. Naruhodo of his entire fortune was even easier than finding that missing thoroughbred.
Grrr. It was so infuriating, reliving it now still makes me grit my teeth. Sorry, Iris. I had every intention of paying you back the money I owed you, but you still have to wait, I'm afraid.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, next month is fine.
Let me guess, Odo. Your old fortune? Oh, it was 1 old shilling, my entirely monthly stipend. And I lost all of it. Wait, 1 shilling a month? In London, you spend 1 shilling a day just with your meal. What's wrong with you? Are they so cheap? Well, so I handed it over to Mr. Sholmes. I gritted my teeth so hard my gums started to bleed.
Please, Rudo, don't exaggerate. That's a horrible image. What about a lawyer who borrows money from a 10-year-old girl? Now that's a horrible image.
Why do I feel like my reputation with this couple has just fallen through the floor? So this is their team now, this group of fun. Yeah.
There are few things more invigorating than taking a man for all his worth.
Don't be so pleased with yourself, Hurley. It's not as if Rudo ever have a chance of winning.
Wait, what? What do you mean by that?
Well, using that special ink I developed, anyone could.
Thank you, Iris. That'll do. That'll do. I'm sure this conversation is proving very dull for everyone. Oh my god, that fucking cheat. What's done is done. The game is over now. There's no point crying over spilled milk.
Special link, you say? Well, sir, that sounds like the sort of risky business that's right up my alley.
Oh, Rolly, I love your darkness spirit. You laugh in the face of danger.
Ugh, come on then, Iris, spill it. What's this special link about, eh?
Ah, well, it's what's sometimes called invisible ink. All you have to do is write the suit and number on the reverse side of every card. And with the aid of some special glasses, the whole game is laid bare to you.
Wait, you were wearing glasses last night, weren't you, Mr. Sholmes? Yeah, he's wearing his goggles.
You said something along the line.
You said something along the line of, "Oh, my eyesight appears to have suddenly worsened." And the moment you failed to question that as odd was the moment I knew I had won the game. Mind games, was it? Trying to throw me off with your eccentric ways? So you're telling me Sholmes could see every card Wohodo had? What? But that's not mind games. That's blatant cheating.
My dear fellow, what an accusation. Would you honestly consider me a cheat? Please. I prefer trickster.
Whatever you call it, this game doesn't count now. Understand, Mr. Sholmes?
Dear me. Well, out of respect for the bad grace with which you will take defeat, allow me to return your shilling then.
Ah. Did you hear that, Gina? So give it here. Let me out of this. This here 1 bit was mine from the start, no question. No, sir. That there 1 bit was lifted from this here Bobby's pocket only a few moments ago. So you keep saying. Come on then, where's the evidence? The law, right, is all about evidence. I know my stuff.
You see, Mr. Naruto, use a trite excuse in court and others will parrot it.
Only whenever I do say that in court, isn't that so trite excuse, you know? Oh, as I said, sir, that coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it.
That's right, it has. Rolly's blood, sweat, and tears are the evidence. Blood, you say? In that case, it's time for this.
Oh, do you think?
Well, if there's any trace of blood on that coin, we'll soon know about it. Alright, Ginny, hold very still. Hold the coin in front of the gun.
What?
Bam!
Oh! Okay, let's see the coin. Look at that. See there on the coin? It's clearly changed color.
In other words, there is blood on this coin.
Once again, as I say, sir, that would be my blood, sweat, and tears.
Oh, wait. I've seen blood turn that color before. Oh, yes. I know whose it is. I know whose coin it is.
What?
The rightful owner of this bloodstained shilling is... Rudolph!
Huh? Me?
And from the appearance of the blood, I would say it is quite fresh, left in the last 24 hours.
Oh, when he grit his teeth so hard, his gum bleed? The gum bleed on the shilling. Oh my god. Within the last... Oh, then in that case... So, this is the coin which shows that off Odo last night in the poker game.
Oh, Rudo, do you mean you really did make your gum bleed?
Oh, I told you I was so infuriated to lose, I had to grit my teeth and I handed over the money. Blimey, as you hard up as me as by the sound of it, but I thought you had a proper job. Come on, Gina, just hand it over, would you? The shilling, that's rightfully mine. Gina. Oh, fine, all right then. Just stop your bleeding staring. Oh, I finally have it back. It's like a dream come true. I know they had that one in the bag and all.
That's wonderful news, Rude. I'm so happy for you. Now then, as you promised, I'd like my money back, please. The shilling I lent you before. You did say that you paid back up this month's pocket money, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Well then, I suppose.
My dear fellow, do be kind to your gums.
Looks like that shillings was always destined to be taken from you, sir!
For some reason, the phrase serves you right is floating around in my head.
So, Iris, as promised, here is the shilling I owed you.
Oh, you're repaying me already? Well, thank you. Next month will have been fine, though.
What's it all about anyway? What are you lending Hodo money for?
Ah, yes. Well, actually, it's because I went to the Lime Street Market yesterday to buy herbs. For Runa.
Herbs? For Odo? Yes, the team is Susato left behind and stopped calling Gyukuro tea, but it's just so better. So when Iris suggested mixing some herbs to make it more palatable, I asked her to buy me some.
That's right. We made a special Japanese herbal tea with the leftover Gyukuro. I'm going to call it Susie's Special Blend, and you hope you all to try it.
The excruciating bitterness clings to the throat if you can persuade the bright green plop to leave the cup. The bright green gloop to leave the cup.
Why, it sounds quite delicious.
Yeah, right.
Well, it would appear as that Shilling's brief adventures are now at an end.
Adventures?
You must agree, my dear fellow, that the coin has made a considerable journey since last night.
Let's see, originally it was the coin I was supposed to give to Oris to pay her for the herbs. But then, in our poker duel last night, it passed to you, Mr. Sholmes, who gave it to Oris as spending money.
But then I dropped there sometime yesterday. Then my beloved Rolly found it a while ago and picked it up.
Before it was lifted from my pocket by this here diver.
I used my favorite gun to show up the blood that was on it.
And let's slip about Sholmes' little scam in his card game last night.
The annulment of which resulted in the coin returning to the ownership of Mr. Naruhodo,
allowing me to pay Arvis the money I owe her after all, for the herbs she brought in order to make Susie's special blend tea.
And now, after all that, the coin is resting safely in my pocket.
Da. Gina, da. Yeah, you're right, that was an adventure. But what was supposed to take away from it, eh? That is 1 shilling coin belongs to Iris and Iris alone, I think.
I cannot fault your reservation, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Why do I get the feeling that Iris knew it was coming around to her from the very beginning?
Priceless, as they say. Well then, my dear fellow, how about this evening we indulge in some bitter tea and a bitter rematch? I'll even allow you to stake the coming month's spending money in advance.
I fold. Yeah, he's not gonna be gambling for a long time, this man. Yep. No, sir. No, sir. Alright. Now, I just want to check something. I remember there was another loaded game. This is where I was playing Escapade Episode 8. They were mentioning something about... yeah, this is Van Zeek. we may have to deliver the report on the Windybank case that he asked for on another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird?
Madame Rosie, you mean? She had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. I delivered her back to her here not long ago, actually, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He's hoping the pigeon will accept her now.
It was something of a shock to hear that she's been crushed in the doorway of your office. Especially as we were all under the misapprehension that Madame Rosie was a person.
Sorry about that. It was Lord Strongheart's demand that...
Ah, good, you're here. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds late. Wow.
Oh no, my lord! No, please don't trouble yourself. Nothing gives us greatest pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end.
Heartening. So, let's hear it then. Your report. Pigeons? The Windybank trials is concluded, but this is far from over. It seems that dark, far eastern lawyer and I have some shared destiny. We will meet again, of that I have no doubt.
Did you see that, old Van Zix? Did you? Madame Rosie went flying off among the pigeons there, happy as Larry she was.
Really, Inspector? You must be relieved. So that was the end of another. Oh, Ace Aficionado. So with that, I completed all the escapades. So now that all that we have left is in the gallery, I believe. The moving pictures. We have all those promotional events that like the 7 days of sin, indictment, adjudication, indictment, adjudication, indictment, adjudication, indictment, adjudication. So yeah, because this is all related to the promotional for Greatest Attorney 2. I believe the name is Resolve. Just want to make sure. So I'll just show you the first one. Ryunosuke Naruto 7 Days of Sin, evening of day 1. 2nd of July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. And so now...
I hereby call to order this trial of the defendant Ryunosuke Naruto. Are the counsel for the prosecution of the defense ready to proceed? Judicial assistance is up and good about for the defense is ready, my lord.
For the prosecution, I, Airlock Sholmes, naturally stand in for readiness.
No, naturally I'm not ready for this at all. I don't even know what this I'm supposed to have done.
No, that's right. When I heard that Mr. Naruto was in trouble, I hurried in here at once. But I have no information about the charge brought against him at all.
I don't have done anything. The greatest attorney is due to sell next week. I'm just trying to keep a low profile and prepare mentally for busy days ahead.
Objection! Mr. Naruto, your brazenness knows no bound. To call yourself a defense lawyer, having committed no less than 7 crimes of the most heinous.
Wait, 7 crimes?
What are you talking about, Mr. Sholmes?
Until every one of these unforgivable felonies have been examined by this courtroom, I shall not step down from this bench. That's what I'm talking about, my dear fellows.
We're gonna skip that. You do realize that the prosecution's counsel's bench, don't you?
I don't believe you should have stepped out in the first place.
Thank you, counsels. Now this is here the charge brought by the prosecution.
As I said, there are 7 charges against the accused have been heard in 7 consecutive trials this week. The evening, we examined the first of those charges, a most disturbing crime.
What crime? Of what Mr. Naruto stand accused?
Of leaking information, Mr. Sato, as you well know.
Huh?
Leaking information?
I still remember clearly the words out of the accused's mouth last night at the restaurant.
The topic of conservation turned to be the greatest attorney to be released next week. You recall, I presume, what blurted from your lips with no regard to the public?
Well, I believe it was something like... I can't believe the greatest attorney goes on sale next week. I can't will that curious deduction Mr. Shum comes out with...
Objection! Precisely, there you have it, my gripe in a nutshell. The great detective's appearance in the title was supposed to be a great secret, a serendipitous surprise. I didn't want to be common knowledge share with all and sundry. To speak with all openly and discreetly, upon my word, there can be no more repugnant crime. Spoilers!
Really?
Mr. Shum's curious deduction, both undeniable spoilers!
Hold it! I think it's reasonable to say that Mr. Nardo's word was simply information, not spoilers. And I do believe that your birth, Mr. Sholes, is already dissipated. You undercover! In fact, I'll not alone may account for many people's interest.
Of all the words I used to describe your appearance, surreptitious isn't one of them.
I would have thrust your own grappies with the description of deduction as curious.
Objection! You fail to see the seriousness of the crime, my learned friend, Mr. Zato.
It goes so fast, you believe that to be a trifle, but in the words of mystery, they're nothing but so important as trifles.
The accused Renaski Navarro has committed the willful and callous act of revealing spoilers, of which the prosecution seeks the harshest of the sentences.
In summary, then, the court must decide the following. In the context of a tale of mystery in which leaked details could be of significance, is it or is it not a crime to other public that which has already been made public?
All people have a right to acknowledge, naturally, but they have a right to ignorance.
The prosecution have tried for street penal action. You have reconvened, find as to you, ladies and gentlemen, to be found guilty or innocent. What say you, juror? Until tomorrow evening, then. Please deliberate carefully.
Help me! And the door slams shut on "To be continued." So yeah, every time I start the second game, I'm gonna play one of these moving things before, because this is all promotional video for the next Greatest Attorney game. So let's see. Voice recital. Okay, so Resolve. Here's Greatest Attorney 2 Resolve. So here we have soundtracks from the second game. I'm gonna play that also. So that concludes the first the first Greatest Attorney Chronicle games. Next we're gonna select an adventure and we're gonna go with Greatest Attorney 2 Resolve. As you can see, a different type. So I guess I'll leave you with this team. So we're gonna raid somebody. Who's it gonna be? Alright, I'm gonna try somebody because I don't think we have another opportunity to raid him ever again. So it's gonna be GF Provençal. Usually this guy is pretty busy. He's some sort of celebrity in Quebec. He's part of a comedy group. And he does appear on Twitch. And two of the members